of Waco. And of course, this is Shane Turner, owner and operator of the Hippodrome.
All right, so we will recess until 1 o'clock tomorrow. So it's 11. All right, good morning. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, February 25th, 2022 at 3:10 p.m.
Thank you. And if anyone has a public comment, they can come forward now from the audience. Yes, sir.
My name is Shannon Caraway. I'm Vice President for Business Development for a company called Solar Prime. Currently, we're trying to develop another 300 megawatt solar farm and 300 megawatt battery energy storage project here in McLennan County. And it's out north of Trading House Creek Reservoir, that area there. We're preparing to submit a proposal to this body soon for a county tax abatement for the project, and just wanted to stop by ahead of time, introduce ourselves, and tell you what we're doing.
Going to D on the proclamations resolutions. We have nothing this week. Under E, under consent agenda, I have no recommended pulls. Does anyone else have a pull from the consent agenda they want to discuss? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? Discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, Dustin.
Yes, sir. Judge, if we could go to item N1, this is discussion and or action on matters regarding COVID-19.
These case numbers have decreased for the hospitals.
All right, Judge, do you want to accept that for recording purposes?
Yes, is there a motion to accept that report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
All right, if we could go to item N10, presentation from Texas State Technical College regarding Central Texas Industrial Training Center.
There's a mismatch between the number of jobs that are available and the number of people that are available to fill those positions.
Move to accept for recording purposes. Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, if we could go to item N6, this is the Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce Monthly Economic Development Report for January 2022.
Know that we have had one project announcement for this first quarter, and that was in McGregor with Messer.
All right, if there's no questions, there a motion to approve the chamber report for recording purposes?
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
All right, we can go back up to item F, budget amendments. F1's regarding the FY22 budget. Francis?
FY22 budget amendments, starting with F1A.
Is there a motion to approve F1D through F1I?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs.
Recording in progress.
Did you go to Austin?
Yeah.
How was it?
Uh,
Doom and gloom?
I haven't had knee replacements yet, but it'd be somewhere along those lines.
Oh, really?
All right, good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, April the 4th, 2023. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, March 30th, 2023 at 4:45 p.m. and a supplemental agenda was posted on Friday, March 31st, 2023 at 3:25 p.m.
Thank you. At this time, let's stand briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flags.
Please join the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Suggested for.
Okay, this time, if there's any members of the audience that want to speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. You'll come up and, right here, please, and introduce yourself and give us your address and, or what capacity you're here in.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Judge Miramontes from Precinct 5. And today I'm just here to discuss the events that happened next door to our building yesterday. I would like to publicly thank Precinct 1 Chief Deputy Shane Kirk and Robert Leathers, Deputy, for responding to the call and showing support to our Deputy Gomez there at the office. We were having lunch when we heard the gunshots next door, and Deputy Gomez went into action to protect us there. We did assist with one victim of the scene and another young fellow that was involved. As you may be aware, the women are quite uneasy this morning, and I just want to ask the court that if there's any possible way to provide us extra security in the next few days, that would be greatly appreciated, not only for myself, but for my staff. I've given them as much support as I can in the last 24 hours since the event, but I wanted to come in and let the commissioners know that we appreciate everything that we have, and we want to express our gratitude for the other deputies that came once they heard the call. And I just wanted to publicly acknowledge them in front of the Commissioners Court and Deputy Gomez for his bravery yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, anyone else? Please state your name, your address, and your comments, about 2 to 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Kay Bell, and my address is 810 Penton Lane, Waco, Texas. I'm coming back to the Commissioner Court for a follow-up. Last month, I came asking that the Texas A&M AgriLife provide space for a Prairie View A&M agriculture extension agent. I was hoping, or we're looking to get something in writing that a space is available out on Cobb's because they have informed me they are ready to hire an agriculture essential agent, and we're in the peak of summer. We have farmers who are new in our National Women in Agriculture who are looking for extension agent help from people that look like them, but we don't have that. So I'm just right now we're in a need, and I was wondering if the court can give me some dates when space will be available.
Okay, on public comments, we can't
Okay.
respond, but we did take note of that, and so we will.
Okay,
be
you
able to
take
respond.
note of that.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none, I'd like to move to proclamations and our resolutions. And today, we've got a couple of proclamations we're happy to read out today and present. And first one under D1 is a proclamation recognizing National Therapy Animal Day. And so I know Ann's here, and if you'd like to come forward, I'll read the proclamation, or anyone that's with you. And then you'll have a little time to respond, and I know Ann always wants to take pictures. She, her photo block is pretty full, but we can swing a few others. Y'all might recognize, I might know her. All right, thank you for coming. We have a proclamation of the Commissioners Court in McLennan County, Texas, recognizing National Therapy Animal Day. Whereas there are thousands of pet partner therapy animals, teams, of serving in communities across the United States, and whereas Pet Partners has designated April 30th as National Therapy Animal Day, and whereas Pet Partners Therapy Animal teams in McLennan County play an essential role in improving human health and well-being through the human-animal bond. And whereas Pet Partners Therapy Animals teams make millions of visits per year in settings such as hospitals, nursing homes, schools, and hospice. And whereas Pet Partners Therapy Animal teams interact with a variety of people in our community, including veterans, seniors, patients, and students facing literacy challenges and those approaching end of life. And whereas these exceptional therapy animals who partner with their human companions bring comfort and healing to those in need. Now therefore it be proclaimed that the Commissioners Court of McLennan County do hereby proclaim April 30th, 2023 as National Therapy Animal Day in McLennan County, and encourage our citizens to celebrate our therapy animals and their human handlers. Further, I publicly salute the service of therapy animals teams in our community and in communities across the nation. Be it further proclaimed that a copy of this proclamation be made a permanent part of the minutes of the Commissioners Court. Witness our hand and seal this 4th day of April 2023. Signed, Scott M. Felton, McLennan County Judge, James Smith, Commissioner Precinct 1, Patricia Miller, Commissioner Precinct 2, Will Jones, Commissioner Precinct 3, and Ben Perry, Commissioner Precinct 4. This is attested by J. Andy Harwell, the County Clerk, and Mercedes McGowan, the Assistant. So I would like to come forward and bring this. Let's see which one is yours. Here it is. Okay, we thought this proclamation was suitable for framing. Let's step to the center. And so we won't be presenting the all right stuff.
I would like to address the commissioners, the judge, and the public. She and I are members of Angel Paws, which is a division of Cat Paws. And we just had an event, and we went to Parkdale Elementary the other evening, and the children got to come. It was a big event for the school, and they had us with our dogs in the special room, and the children would wait in line. They would take a book and come and sit down in front of me or whoever had their dog with them, and they would read a little book. They were little bitty paperback books. They would read to the dog, and then they would give the dog a treat and pet the dog, and then they would go on to the next room. It was very rewarding because the children actually got to practice reading and made them feel really good. We also do go to the hospitals and the nursing homes. A lot of these people don't even get anybody to visit, and their faces just light up like a Christmas tree. So it is a wonderful thing that we do. And our dogs are trained. They have to pass a rigorous test, physical test. We have to take a big test, and if we don't pass, then the dog doesn't pass. So it's a wonderful thing, and thank you very much for the proclamation.
Thank you.
Just
Ms.
add
Unfortunately, over the last couple of years, particularly due to COVID, that a number of our dogs have aged out, and our teams haven't been able to get new dogs and puppies of exposure. They have to have been working with you for quite an extended period before they can go into this training. And we're really needing teams. We're down to about half the numbers that we had before. And if anybody is interested in this sort of work or think your dog might be appropriate, you would start off with a course at MCC in their continuing education. They've just got one dog course that you see there, but that's the opening. They don't advertise the rest. If you are deemed to be appropriate after doing that course, then you'll find out a little list and go on the way, but we really need teams. And just with the reading, we have a program every summer with the library, and we go in there and children come to read to the dogs. We have a group of dogs. And we've had cases where children are just so shy they would never read out loud, they wouldn't speak out loud to strangers. We can bring them in and we learn to encourage them just to talk to the dog. Maybe get a picture book and just show the dog the pictures and explain what it's about. And then as they're starting to do that, they start to ask, oh, what's that girl's name? Can you tell me? You know, Mr. Ball is my dog, you know. Can you tell me what's she doing? Can you read that? You know, and you gradually draw them in, and soon they're reading a whole book. And their parents can be amazed, they have never seen that happen. So, you know, it's a really good program, and we work in hospice too. That's further training, you have to sort of get up the ladder a little bit. But we've had cases in hospice where, well, one case, a lady had been unresponsive for 3.5 days, and her daughter, like we go there for the families and for the staff as much as anything, and her daughter said, oh, Mum just loved dogs, and picked up mother's hand like that and just started stroking the dog with it that way, and her mother started doing this, really, and the whole room just teared up because they thought she hadn't heard anything, hadn't been at all responsive for days, and she kept doing that for a good 5 minutes, and then just sort of relaxed, just 2 hours later. But her son didn't know that she even knew he was there, but afterwards said, you know, she probably heard everyone and wrote the most beautiful letters. So there are so many heartwarming cases all the time. So we really would encourage people to consider it. It's a wonderful thing to do.
Thank you for your work. Thank you. Okay, next, next is a proclamation of the Commissioners Court of McLennan County, Texas, recognizing the week of the young child. And any of those up to receive that, please come forward. Dustin, if you would read that, I feel like I'm losing my voice.
Yes, sir. Give me 1 second to get it pulled up.
Okay.
All right, this is a proclamation of the Commissioners Court of McLennan County, Texas, recognizing Week of the Young Child. Whereas the Commissioners Court of McLennan County, in conjunction with the United Way of Waco McLennan County, the McLennan County Child Wellbeing Movement, and the National Association for the Education of Young Children, is celebrating the Week of the Young Child, April 1st through April 7th, 2023. And whereas the McLennan County Child Wellbeing Movement, a collaborative of community residents and local organizations, has developed a community action plan which includes strategies to address the need for more high-quality early learning opportunities and stronger supports for McLennan County families that in turn can provide a foundation of well-being for the more than 21,000 children between the ages of 0 through 5 living in McLennan County. And whereas teachers, nonprofits, early childhood professionals, healthcare professionals, and others who make a difference in the lives of young children in McLennan County deserve thanks and recognition. And whereas public policies that support early learning for all young children are crucial to young children's futures and to the prosperity of our society. And whereas the future of our great county depends on the quality of life we provide to our youngest residents today. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Commissioners Court of McLennan County does hereby proclaim April 1st through 7th, 2023 as the Week of the Young Child in McLennan County, and encourage all residents and organizations across sectors to join the McLennan County Child Wellbeing Movement in its efforts to make a good investment in early childhood in McLennan County. Be it further proclaimed that a copy of this proclamation be made a permanent part of the minutes of the Commissioners Court witnessed our hand and sealed this 4th day of April, 2023. Scott M. Felton, County Judge. Jim Smith, Commissioner Precinct 1, Patricia Miller, Commissioner Precinct 2, Will Jones, Commissioner Precinct 3, and Ben Perry, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Thank you. Thank you, Dustin. All right. Thank y'all very much for being involved in this great program, and I think that's what sets McLennan County apart from other counties. There's all aspects of the people that we think about and try to improve their lives and do things that make us proud as a county. So I don't know who will be receiving this.
We'll let the chairman.
All right, the chairman. So if you'd like to address the group.
Well, we just appreciate very much the opportunity to be here today. United Way is going to be celebrating its 100th anniversary this year. That is a long time for a nonprofit organization to be able to be a part of a community. And so we appreciate the support very much.
Oh, okay.
What else you got?
Well, I feel compelled to say something. Well, first of all, I'd like for y'all to introduce yourself.
Lorena Ortiz.
Hi, I'm Wendy Ellis. I'm the CEO.
Libby Kane. I'm Tammy Richards, the board chair this year. And a banker.
Another banker. Tanner Moore, Chair-elect, United Way.
Tracy Guillory, board member.
JT Carpenter, Secretary.
Haley O'Connell, Director of Impact and Engagement.
All right, well, thank y'all very much for coming. I've got a little history with United Way. I was former chairman and campaign chairman way back when, and it's a great organization, does a lot for our community, and we appreciate everything that y'all do.
We appreciate you, and you weren't the first chair because you're not 100. So,
Well, I'm glad you pointed out because this court questions that quite a bit. Thank y'all very much. All right. Thank y'all for coming.
And next time, y'all, bring the dog with you next time.
Yeah,
That was all. Probably because you talked to the judge's office. We're nicer than that.
Don't make a scene, Ann. That's good, that's good. All right. Let's see, real quickly, I do not have any pulls under the consent agenda. Yes, oh, I'm sorry. Good. Thank you, Reagan. All right, on those two resolutions, I'd entertain a motion to approve D1 and D2.
So move.
Second. Have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, under the consent agenda, I do not have any recommended pulls. Does anyone else have any? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So move. Second.
Have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, I'd like to, I know that we have Donald Kelm here and Texas AgriLife Extension Service folks, and so Donald, if you want to come forward and give an update, we would appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Judge. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. As you know, it's time comes around very quickly. This is my annual visit on behalf of Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service to tell you how much we appreciate the support that McLennan County provides to AgriLife Extension here in the county. We cannot do our programs, whether they be ag, whether they be FCH, 4-H youth, whatever it may be, without that partnership, we wouldn't be able to do it. Each year I bring the newsletter. On the front of the newsletter, I highlight something that goes on across all 21 counties in District 8. This year, we're highlighting agriculture. I'm not going to go as far as the details, but when you think about agriculture and agriculture programming, you can see some of the major programming areas, whether it be livestock and forage. You can see the numbers of programs, the number of contacts across all 21 counties, the different topics, whether it be production, whether it be wild pig control, whatever it may be. Then you can see crops, water, and applicator trainings. That's the row crop production programs, the water quality and conservation program, pesticide license applicator trainings, and the numbers that are involved there, the estimated wages and benefits. Then you can see horticulture and public and ag interface. McLennan County, you know, we'll talk a little bit more in detail on the back, but you know they have very active Master Gardener program, one of 15 Master Gardener chapters in District 8. And then the last part is ag literacy, and you know the importance of ag literacy. And even though McLennan County is not one of the major metropolitan areas, but it's an area that's really growing. It's one of our urban or our population centers that I have in District 8. And Jared Muir and his small landowner programs, you can see he's one of the counties that does that small landowner program. And at the bottom, you can see the top 5 commodities, ag commodities, that are in District 8. Which I can't remember all 5 in McLennan County other than the top 3 back when I was here in McLennan County were beef, row crops, and forages or hay production. That were the top 3 in McLennan County. Each year, as I did and those before me, Shane still gathers a group of individuals to get together each December representing different facets of agriculture area here in McLennan County, and they come up with the estimated ag income for a given year. They did it in December for 2022. These numbers are 2021. But you know the impact that agriculture has on McLennan County, and this is just a general highlight of it. The most important part of my visit is what's happening here in McLennan County. On the back in Ag and Natural Resources, Shane and Jared and their programming efforts, whether it be the program that's done horticulture-wise with the CEU, the PCO program, the Stocker Cattle program, the new program held out at Crawford, the Harvest Celebration, the Small Grain Tour, the BIG Conference, and then Jared's Small Landowner programs. You can see the number of programs, the number of clientele that participate. And then here, the Master Gardeners that Shane provides leadership to, 116 members strong. They contributed 6,038 hours, volunteer hours last year. And then of that, they reached or had contacts of 6,270. Family Consumer Science, Colleen Foling, some of her programming areas are diabetes education. You can see the number of sessions addressing diabetes education, the weight management classes that she offers, the number of participants and the pounds lost. And then a partnership that started years ago with MCC. They really rely on Colleen to provide the educational component of it, and it's a very successful partnership, whether it be home canning, healthy eating patterns, cooking with pressure, and other classes like Instapot cooking, the different diet classes or nutrition classes. You can see the number of programs and the number of participants that participate. And then the food protection management classes, the certification classes that Colleen hosts, 8 food manager courses were held, 5 food handler programs. You can see the number of participants and the success in passing by those that participated. April Strickland, our Better Living for Texans, which is our SNAP-Ed focused program that focuses on nutrition education. You can see some of the areas where there be increasing fruit and vegetable intake, increasing physical activity, improving access to fruit and vegetables. Her target audience, as I said, are SNAP-Ed recipients, and she has worked with different partners like the Rappaport Academy, GW Wiley Opportunity Center, providing programs like the LGEG or the Learn, Go, Eat, Grow, and Learn program to teach the importance of proper nutrition to those participants, whether it be adult or whether it be youth. And then the 4-H and Youth Development Program, where Madeline McCovey provides leadership to that. Jared provides leadership to the 4-H Ag and Natural Resource Projects. 338 youth are traditional members in the program. Right now, they are 120% plus of their enrollment that they ended last August with. Maddie's only been on with us since last June. In June, she did 9 months in 2022, and she provides that leadership. 4,400 in our curriculum enrichment programs, and she assures me we'll definitely be over 5,000 this year. With that enrollment and her leadership, I have no doubt. The 4-H project workshops, you can see the different projects there are, how many participated. And then one of the biggest parts of our 4-H program, the youth livestock, and Jared provides leadership on that. 600 4-H livestock projects were shown at the McLennan County Show, as well as the major livestock shows in Texas. 120 members participated at those shows, not only livestock projects, but in livestock judging, ag product ID, and food challenge contests that are hosted by the major livestock shows. On a real local level, at the county show that was held in February, you can see 175 4-H youth exhibited 450 head of livestock and brought home $550,000 of the money that was provided at the county sale. So that shows you the strength and how the 4-H livestock, the big role that it plays in the 4-H program. And then you can see the livestock project clinics that Jared provided leadership to. One last part on the 4-H program. You know the quality of youth here in the county. Last year or each year in June, the 4-H Foundation provides 4-H scholarships. Last June, District 8 had 32 or 34 4-Hers receive scholarships. That was $338,000. 3 McLennan County 4-Hers brought back $64,000 of that $335,000. So that just shows more validation of the quality of youth. None of this would be possible if it weren't for your support, and I can't thank you enough for that support and the continued support that you have for the program. So I thank you very much. Also, on a selfish note, the District 8 Judges and Commissioners Conference that's held the first Wednesday of every November. Mark down November 1st, should be Wednesday, November 1st. The committee decided, we've had it here in Waco with MCC all these years. The committee's decided to rotate it from the north end of the district to the south end of the district and back and forth. This year, Bell County Commissioners Court is going to host us at the Expo Center in November. In the future, I'll be looking to y'all and say, hey, do you think we might have it out at the fairgrounds or somewhere, and y'all can serve as the host? So I'll be reaching out. But again, thank you for your support, and we couldn't do our program without that partnership. And just for y'all's information, just to add to what she was talking about, the Cooperative Extension Program, right now we are in the process of visiting with Dr. Carolyn Williams, the program director, or the director of the Cooperative Extension Program at Prairie View. We are looking at, I'm working with Shane on trying to get that office space. We're focusing on right now a 4-H youth development position. And once we get to the point where we'll be able to do that here pretty quick, hopefully, I'll make sure y'all know, Shane can let you know. But that's what we're looking at first, is a 4-H youth position. And there is an ag position coming, but it will be a multi-county. Right now, Prairie View Cooperative Extension is going with multi-county positions. A year and a half, 2 years ago, I got one in Freestone and Anderson County. We're looking at a Falls McLennan, which would be headquartered in Falls County, along with FCH that is headquartered in Falls but covers some of McLennan. But we're looking at hopefully visiting with Shane and seeing what we can do. Is that 4-H position, we would try to make sure and try to get it here in McLennan County.
Great.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank y'all very much. I can't thank you enough for your support. I know I sound like a broken record, but y'all don't know how much I appreciate that relationship that we have.
Well, I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but we appreciate all that y'all do for the county. I really like the expansion of the youth programs, and I've seen it firsthand, and it's really a great program, and we need to reach out to all parts of the community to be able to get participation in that, because there's so much that come from it. And I know that Jared and Maddie are here with you. Is anybody else?
No, Shane has a pecan program out at Golson at Russell's Pecans, and Colleen has a program right now as well.
Okay, well, give them our regards and
You bet.
very much. Any questions or comments? All right, is there a motion to approve this report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I see that Mr. Teetons is in the crowd, and I know he's got a big docket to work on, so I'd like to go to item L4. So Dustin, if you'd like to go over that.
Yes, sir. So L4 is regarding the FY 2024-2025 OAG Victim Coordinator and Liaison Grant Program, authorization of grant application resolutions and related documents. Josh or Tracy, would y'all like to explain this?
We've had this grant, I believe, for the past 4 years. We're just hoping to continue funding for another 2 years through the Attorney General's office for an additional victim assistance coordinator that's vital, in my opinion, for our office. We're facing new challenges with a backlog and a backup from COVID, and so we're definitely in need of this position.
Gosh, you can't come in here without speaking.
I would concur. Probably one of our biggest challenges with the large number of cases that we have is being able to update victims about court dates. It could be as simple as restitution or as complicated as a sexual assault, and making sure that the services that we're required to provide and notify them about under statute is done so in a timely manner. So more manpower is greatly needed and appreciated for that role.
All right, and the funding can range between $20,000 and almost $50,000. Looks like the application is due on by the 14th of
Yes,
this
sir.
month, so we have to get moving on it.
Yeah, it's.
Any questions anyone would have?
Tracy?
Yes, sir.
How many cases are active right now for your group?
Okay, so we're sort of divided up by court teams. I can tell you, I have, do you want to know like how many victims we're serving or like total overall of the courts?
I'm just gonna get to the point, total or overall, and then how many staff do you have?
Oh, do I have, okay, so we have one VAC assigned to the 19th and one assigned to the 54th. Each of those cases has 1,300 cases pending. And, you know, of course, every 2 weeks, there's new indictments and we're pleading more cases than ever. We're, you know, and all those require notification. We also have a VAC that's assigned in our misdemeanor division. So.
And that's about 3,500 cases.
Yeah. Yes.
That's one person to handle that.
So what number is ideal for the staff you have?
I would love one for property crimes. We're not, you know, we have a lot of, you know, our priority are violent crimes, but we have a lot of people that are victims of, you know, theft and forgery, and they're very frustrated because they need help, but maybe they don't qualify for the same services that a victim of a violent crime does, but they're just as upset and need a lot of attention. We have, like I said, 1,500 cases pending in the felony courts.
In each courtroom?
Yeah, and.
So what's it, I'm just digging around, and maybe, what's an average number for a caseworker to have?
Oh, okay.
Well, we have one per court. So 1,500 right now in the 54th, about 1,300 in the 19th.
But out.
That have victims.
Comparatively, if we had.
It's typically about half that number.
Yeah, so we indicted, like last year, the office indicted 2,800 cases. Almost 900 of those had victims of a violent crime. So that doesn't include a victim of a property crime, which we also try to serve. But, you know, obviously, and things have picked up so much in, I guess, the court's efforts to try to get things rolling, and it's been very hectic.
So the biggest challenge, like I said, about notifying victims, we might work out a plea deal on a Friday afternoon and it gets set Tuesday. And you've got Monday essentially to try to find somebody to get them there in the courtroom.
I guess my follow-up would be, historically, I know that this position has worked with the families of victims of violent crimes. When did the program kind of expand to like property crimes?
Mostly through Mr. Johnson. He kind of made the request that we notify every victim of every crime, of everything, no matter what. So, you know, we've just continued to make that effort, but, you know, it definitely is challenging. I mean, I think that there are certain property crimes that do require, you know, some victim services. But, you know, additional staff for that particular type of offense, you know, would be really helpful, because there's lots of issues in those cases regarding restitution, insurance, what's been paid, what hasn't. So they're very demanding.
I know y'all do a wonderful job. I'm wondering, And so I don't have a problem with the expansion, but does the grant itself allow for that expansion?
Well, the purposes of the grant only allow violent crime. So
Okay,
this
that's what I
person in this
thought.
position can't work on any property. They can only do victims of violent crime.
Okay, so this is not going to be a grant to extend the current employees we have. This is going to be a grant to fund someone for violent crimes and then allow another person to come into the department to do property?
No, ma'am.
crime?
So we currently have this position.
Okay.
And she's been funded for the last 4 years through this grant. And so we're just hoping to renew her, renew that position.
Okay, then you thoroughly confused me because you just
I'm sorry.
said, you said the grant was not going to cover property crime.
Well,
it was
okay,
gonna cover
that's
violent
correct. So
crime.
this
Okay.
person who is operating under the grant is not permitted, she can only work on cases that involve victims of a violent crime.
Right.
So, for example, like.
So
what
how
our
are you going to
fishery-
fund your property crimes person? I guess I'm trying to reconcile that in my head.
We're hopeful to, in the budget process, discuss that with the commissioners.
Okay, because I thought this grant was just for
This is
violent crimes.
just violence, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions?
But let me do a caveat. You do a fabulous job. You know you do.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I agree.
I agree.
That's nice. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. I will say that, you know, we're, as we trying to get out of all the backlogs and those kind of things, that any ideas that your department has on efficiencies and those things in regards to how you deal with it directly and the indirect side of it is courtroom space, all those kind of things are on the table for discussion. And, you know, expansion of the use of technology, all those things. And so, as we start, even though we're not right in the budgeting process, we really are mentally into it right now. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
We will approach the court
Okay.
once we have some hard numbers.
Okay, great. Thank y'all very much.
We appreciate your
Good.
support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all for coming.
Okay, I'd like to go to item N11, discussion and interaction of county showcase video program and related agreement with CGI Communications Incorporated, doing business as CGI Digital. Justin, if you will introduce.
Yes, sir. So, Judge, we have with us this morning Miss Andrea Tempio from CGI Digital. I met with Andrea a couple weeks ago, and through NACO, we have been offered a county showcase video. This looks like a very interesting opportunity for the county. It's free to the county, supported by video ads that are sold to local business and industry. And with that, I'll turn it over to Andrea. She has a presentation and would like to discuss this with y'all.
All right, thank you, Dustin, and thank you all for the opportunity to share with you this program. I'm going to share my screen here in a bit and go through some examples to really showcase what this program can offer. So a little bit first about myself. My name, again, is Andrea Tempio. I'm an executive of government relations and strategic partnerships with CGI. And I've been with CGI for almost 17 years now. I just attended the NLC conference in DC. I'll be at the conference for NACO coming up in July. CGI has been a longstanding partner with the National Association of Counties for almost a decade now. Let me share my screen and I'll go over some of our other partnerships as well. We'll get started. Okay. CGI is based out of upstate New York, so I'm in Rochester, New York, and we have been working with communities across the country for over 35 years now. CGI has not only sustained our partnership with NACO, but also with the U.S. Conference of Mayors and the National League of Cities, as well as several state municipal leagues. And this has contributed to us working with over 5,000 communities nationwide. CGI is a video production company. Our area of expertise is in creating content to promote communities, to share your stories, and to showcase what's unique about your county. Our video program is used for any number of things depending on the community that we're working with, whether using the videos to share best practices, highlight important initiatives, to inform and engage existing residents, using videos to showcase economic opportunities, to drive in new industry in residents, or to highlight tourism. I mean, any number of things. It's very much custom to each community we're working with. So I'm going to jump over to the NACO website, which has a lot of great content and talks about CGI, our County Showcase video program, and what we do to effectively tell stories for counties, and more, and some examples here again. Two things about our program. So this video tour, this program that's been endorsed by NACO and NLC and the USCM has been around for 20 years this year. Our area of expertise, like I said, is working with communities. So that is our experience. It's what we do is specifically work with cities and counties across the country. So we know very well how to effectively tell your stories. I'm going to start with playing a video that tells a little bit about CGI Digital, who we are, and then jump right into some examples of videos that CGI has produced for other counties that we've worked with. And then I'm going to jump into an example of what one of our video tour looks like currently right now on one of our other county partners in Texas. I'll use Hidalgo County as my example. But first and foremost, I want to stress that this program is entirely free. All of the content that we produce and that I'm going to show you, it costs the county nothing. The business model that we use and how we're able to do that, I'm going to explain very soon when I show you an example. But please, keep that in mind. This isn't going to be taking any money from the county budget whatsoever. So let me start with a little video about CGI.
How do you want to be seen?
CGI provides cost-free initiatives to engage audiences across the country, promote local businesses, and tell your story.
We capture what makes your community the best place to live, work, and play, and show it to the world.
Put simply, we specialize in you.
So what I presented to Dustin and what we'd be doing for your county is produce a series of up to typically 6 videos, but up to 8 videos. The videos, traditionally our video tour will start with a welcome video or an introduction video, which I'm going to show you with Hidalgo County. And then it's going to be individual videos on topics chosen by the county. So for example, San Bernardino County had one of our videos that we produced focus on entrepreneurships. So I'm going to share that video with you.
Entrepreneurship is critical for the future of San Bernardino County. It's the entrepreneurs are the ones that have the vision, the ideas, the passion, the energy, the enthusiasm, and the innovation to basically remake our economy. They're the ones that are driving it forward, creating new jobs, creating things that didn't exist before, creating value for our communities, being involved and engaged in our communities, because successful entrepreneurs are not just people that create businesses and employ people. They're also people that get engaged in the community and give back to the community.
Jump to our example with Hidalgo County, but I'm going to show you the video we did highlighting economic opportunities with our county partner, Cascade County, Montana.
What better place to do business than Cascade County amid the natural beauty and countless amenities?
One of the most valuable assets we have are people, and the people that recreate, live, and work in this area are just have made Laurinburg the success that it is today, and we're very grateful for that.
A lot of people will take the time to teach you here. They'll take the time to kind of groom you into different positions. I think in Great Falls it's unique that people are looking ahead and they know that they have to do something with this generation of younger people for us to be successful, of transferring the businesses, and then also, making sure we're growing our businesses for our success.
Being just 120 miles from the Canadian border and easily accessible via highway, air, and rail, Cascade County gives your company access to many markets. Thanks to our private university, excellent public schools, and Malmstrom Air Force Base, as well as the Montana Air National Guard, you'll find a highly educated and trained workforce available. Looking to go green? Cascade County has unlimited potential when it comes to pursuing solar and wind energy. Hydroelectric operations are available as well. Not only can you count on great business incentives like low cost of operations and tax incentives, but your employees will be happy to be here. We're also close to feedstocks for those in the agri-processing field. Experience the advantages of doing business in Cascade County.
Okay. All right, so how this all comes together. Once we've produced all of the videos for the county, first and foremost, I'll take a step back. CGI is a staff of over 300. We have a very extensive production department broken up into teams that are assigned to a select number of cities and counties each year that we partner with. That production team of over 35 people that will eventually be working at some point with you on your videos, they do all of the work. They write the scripts, they're all of the filming and editing, the music, we're doing. However, the county that we're working with are in full control throughout the entire process. So you're approving every step of the way. You're communicating with our team on, content, shot lists, until the videos hopefully are going to be approved and ready to launch from your website. So per our agreement, part of this initiative and working with NACO is to enhance and elevate government websites for cities and counties. So that's where we have it per our agreement to have the videos launch from. But it's certainly not limited to only being linked from the county website. We encourage all of our community partners to utilize the videos as much as possible, share them on social media platforms. If you need the files for the video to use for any number of reasons, you absolutely we will provide those to you. There really are no limitations or restrictions as to how the county can use this content once it's produced and approved. So let me jump over to, again, an example, and I'll show you how we're able to do this at no cost and how CGI is able to still stay in business and continue to work with more communities every year, which is usually the number one question I have. So this is Hidalgo County's official website, and you'll see on their homepage the video tour. So when we design the video tour link, it's going to be cohesive and branded with the county's existing homepage. It can change too if there's a website, revamp, coming up, we can adjust and change the video tour and the look of it. But it will play and list all of the videos that we produced. Now, working with Hidalgo County, they actually had a really extensive in-house video production. They still wanted to work with CGI because of our experience that we bring. So we coupled some of their videos in with ours. Majority of these are ours. I think a couple, just maybe one or two, are ones that they had produced that they wanted to have all in one central location. They loved the idea of it launching here through our video tour platform. So when you click into the video, it's going to launch the project. All right, I'm going to play the welcome video we did, and then I'm going to immediately talk about the businesses that you're going to see featured around the perimeter.
Hello, and welcome to Hidalgo County, Texas, one of our nation's most vibrant crossroads for nature, culture, and history.
Hidalgo County is becoming the country's gateway to markets in Mexico and beyond. From the North American Free Trade Agreement, or NAFTA, to the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, or USMCA, our region is emerging as a major international trade zone. We're part of the Rio Grande Valley, the southernmost tip of Texas, which encompasses a metropolitan area of over 4 million people. World-renowned for ecotourism and birding, Hidalgo County and the rest of the Rio Grande Valley boast several nature sanctuaries. There's also the nearby South Padre Island and the Gulf of Mexico, a scant 90-minute drive away. Culturally, our region has a definite Hispanic influence. Our communities are binational, bicultural, bilingual, and with the advent of the nearby SpaceX launch pad, we're becoming increasingly progressive in our thinking. Historically, we're the land of the Comanche, the Mexican Revolutionary, the Texas Rangers, and a little-known western spur of the Underground Railroad. We're a tough, fiercely self-sufficient people who have always welcomed newcomers. And in that spirit, we welcome you.
Okay. So that's it. Again, we traditionally start with that intro video, and then it will launch into the different topics that the county chooses. So how this is free to the county. The way we've modeled our program is very much based on our partnerships that we have with NACO, with the NLC, and with the U.S. Conference of Mayors and several of the state municipal leagues. The importance of creating and collaborating with the private sector, having a private-public partnership is very valuable and important for NACO. It's what they want to bring to their members to help come up with solutions. And that's very much what this program is modeled after. How are we able to produce content to promote growth, to help counties with areas like recruitment, to highlight public safety or any number of things, economic opportunities, tourism, without it taking money from the county, without it taking resources and time that you maybe don't have, and still be able to do that? How is the opportunity that this program presents to your businesses within the county? So what we do is not only tell the story of the county, but we're telling the story of your local businesses. We're getting them in front of people moving into the county that want to reconnect and know about the quality healthcare providers, the major employers, the schools that are available if they move into your county. And that's what you're going to see around the perimeter here. So if you're interested and you want to know more about Texas National Bank and you click on their logo, you'll see a video.
At Texas National Bank, we're known as the Friendly Bank. We're a local Hispanic-owned bank serving our community for over 100 years. We take pride in being not only a partner, but a friend to Hidalgo County. Our team is dedicated to providing exceptional customer.
I'm going to pause it just for the sake of time. I just want to make sure that you get an idea as to how the businesses are featured. So we're able to produce content to promote the businesses. It's either going to be a video or it will be a link just to their website. There are a number of ways that the businesses can get involved. We do that outreach to share this opportunity with them. We had a phenomenal response in Hidalgo County. In fact, majority of 99% of the communities we partner with, we have a really strong response from the businesses. They see so much value in being part of this and partnering with their county or their city in this initiative to hopefully help grow not only the county, but their businesses as well. Now, with that being said, we do not make the videos free to the county contingent on their participation. So we take a risk with every community that we partner with, that we assume all costs of the video production. The program offerings will always remain free to the county. And that's zero businesses sign up or 100. And that's stated right in our agreement. All right, so there's truly no risk. Again, businesses can get involved at any levels, from hundreds of dollars to thousands of dollars. We make sure that there's something for everyone. We want to make sure that the businesses that are represented here are large and small. It shows a great cross-section of the different businesses available in your county. On top of that, one of the videos that we add in will highlight the nonprofit sector. So we feature a video highlighting the community organizations. In that video, we not only talk about those organizations, but we feature up to 20 of them around the perimeter with their logos that provide a link to each one's website. We offer that to 20 of those nonprofits that work closely with the county that you can select. You can tell us who to reach out to and offer that to, because it's at no cost. There is no charge to those organizations. So that's a way to make sure that they're equally represented, that you can have, that provide that exposure to those organizations, like I said, without it being cost prohibitive. So usually this is where I'll have a number of questions on how this comes together. So I'll stop here and see if there are any questions that I can answer.
Okay, and I'd like to ask Dustin. Dustin's been working in communication with this organization. And, of course, NACO, we're a member, and get information from them all along. But Dustin, kind of give me some thoughts, or give us some thoughts on your ideas on how this could be utilized.
Yes, sir. Well, I know, Anna's been working hard with Facebook and others working on recruitment posts. And we think this is just a logical fit for maybe, just a general McLennan County recruiting employees, and also some that are centered around law enforcement to help with both the sheriff's office, the jail, and juvenile. And then also thinking, more broadly about economic development. This seems to fit with the In Waco program that the chamber's looking at to recruit industry and recruit others to Waco. So we think just, in those two areas alone, there are great opportunities. And we think if this is something that the court would like to move forward with, we could put a work group together to help, kind of pick what our 6 or 7 videos could be. And then we can just start working on it and move from there. And we did send this over to IT, ask them to review. They think it'll incorporate well in our website, which is Civic Plus, similar to Hidalgo County. So from the IT side, it looks good. Visiting with Anna, we think there are some really neat opportunities to be able to use it to showcase McLennan County, and then thinking even broader to reaching out to other cities within the county and partnering and just having a good way to showcase the county.
And just to remind everybody, the In Waco initiative that the chamber has is a recruiting tool that focuses on the community as a good place to live, and then for them to look for jobs that might be available here. And so this would be give more information where somebody can really understand what goes on in this community within McLennan County. And, a lot of things that we take for granted, like the amount of water and water sports that are available here. Somebody else, in fact, I think Commissioner Perry got asked a question by a company looking to move here specifically about water sports, and they didn't really have that available to them where they work now, and it was a big thing in their family. And I'm assuming fishing and skiing and boating and all those kind of things. So that's just one example, but I think it'd go hand in hand. Any questions anybody would have? Yes, sir.
So 6 to 8 different 1-minute videos, and we would choose the topic or the theme for each video, and then it would be up to this CGI then to, after that, they take over and produce the video. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. The county would choose the topics. Traditionally, the one video that we start with will be the welcome video, and then you would choose all of the other topics. And then, we would develop and gather content and put together scripts, but then you would be approving it throughout that process. So it goes from scripts to storyboarding, shot lists, filming, editing, and you would be approving every step of that.
The opportunity to advertise around the video that's sold to the businesses.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sell all 6 or 8 videos to the same group, or do those change with each video?
No, that's a great question. So it depends. Probably they would change because I would imagine we only have 20 spots around each video. So we try to limit to where only one business is represented around 1, maybe 2 of the 6 or 7 videos. So it opens up more opportunity for other businesses to be featured, because once they choose a spot, it doesn't change or rotate. And we don't put more than 20. So how it's spaced and positioned here with the example with Hidalgo County is how it would look for McLennan County as well.
Okay. Then last question. Do you sell those as it pertains to each video? Are those proprietary? Or in other words, you would only have one financial institution on one video, but another might be on a different video, as opposed to them competing with each other on the same video?
We try to stagger that. We don't typically offer what we refer to as exclusivity. But the county has full control in how you want this to function. So if there are any businesses that you do not want us to approach, ones that you would recommend the county or CGI to reach out to first, sometimes vendors or just businesses that work closely with the county. If you want to kind of position it where you don't have multiple the same businesses on one video topic, those are conversations that are very open to our account executive. You have a lot of say in even how the outreach, with the outreach to the businesses. But again, we don't try to we try not to put too many businesses of the same vertical around one video to compete. But I mean, we don't, that's usually the account executive that manages that. It's not written, it's not in writing or anything.
Thank you.
Other
Sure.
questions?
The hosting, y'all host, and what is the cost?
For the businesses,
No, for the county, for these videos.
there's no cost. The cost is offset, but yeah, the cost is entirely, or is absolutely no cost to the county at all.
Content for our website is welcome, and I think.
Yeah, we host the link. There is no cost. It is offset by the opportunity that it creates for the businesses to be part of the initiative and to have their business represented with a video either produced by CGI or they can submit one. We're not making CGI the exclusive video provider. So we're very open to businesses that already have content to submit it, and we'll host it for them.
All right, Dustin, what action are we asking for here?
Judge, if the court chooses, we would move forward with the County Showcase Video Program and the related agreement with CGI Communications doing business as CGI Digital.
Okay. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the County Showcase Video Program and related agreement with CGI Communications.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. All right, thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me.
All
We look
right,
forward to
now-
working with you.
All right, we do too. So I'm going to go to under item L1, A, B, and C with Tom Ray, but I'd like to give Commissioner Miller an opportunity to introduce her new staff person.
Oh, but thank you. It has been a long year, but after a very broad search, I am proud to introduce to everyone Ms. Tracy Guillory. She'll be the admin assistant for Precinct 2.
All right, welcome. Thank you. We look forward to working with you. All right, so Mr. Ray, if you'd come forward. So under L1, regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury, Coronavirus Local Physical Recovery Fund, American Rescue Plan Act, and under L1B is authorization addendum of professional consultant contract with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman, and under L1C is authorization to amend the second professional consulting contract with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman. And so Dustin, you'll discuss that. So in regards to the ARPA Act, if you give us an update there, I see you've got a slide.
I do, Judge. Thank you, and Commissioners. Good morning. Yeah, it's been a while since we've talked about where we are with the ARPA funding and the allocations and the projects that have been requested and what the status is using the formula we've discussed previously on what would be a fair and equitable approach to allocation of those funds. I think this next slide kind of summarizes the what's taken place to date 4.4 million was set aside by the court for arsenic-related systems. That's 44%, obviously, out of 10 million. 5.6%, or 5.6 million was remaining for other water-related infrastructure projects. And if we go to the next slide, there's a little more detail on what those projects are. It's a little hard to see that, but for the 5.6 million, the projects other than the arsenic projects, they ranged, the predominant request related to generators, emergency generators. And that was a mandate, if you will, from the state under Senate Bill 1 after the big freeze. So a lot of systems were caught having to come up with additional funds to purchase generators. And then there's a litany of other requests from wastewater connections, systems that wanted to tie in with another wastewater system. There was some headworks, new wells, meters were also requested, as well as increased storage. And when I say storage, I'm talking about either elevated storage or ground storage, not reservoirs or that kind of thing.
Would that include, that would not include the storage to do the blending, because that's covered in the 4.4, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
That's
so
correct.
some of these places will need a way to bring treated surface water and blend it with groundwater to get the arsenic level down.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's not in these funds, it's in the arsenic funds, the 4.4 million. The next slide, let's see,
What is the total amount of all that,
of all,
of that? Go back.
go back one, I think it'll show one more. Go back one more. There. Is that what you're asking?
Well, that's the total, but how much, I think you're asking how much is.
Yeah, what's the total of those bars?
Those bar requests,
Yeah, the
down
bar.
at the bottom.
The 1.8, the 373,
Add those
746, 373.
It's approximately 5.6 million.
Oh, so if, in other words, so if these are all approved, that would utilize the 5.6.
Right, right.
Okay.
There is one case, special case I wanted to bring to the court this morning, and that's in that circled area, the dash circle.
Yes.
That is using our allocation formula, that would be the amount that City of Mart would be eligible for a dam study. However, that study is well under the 373,000 that would be in that allocation. So if we go to the next slide, and the next slide after that, go down a couple of slides, that one, okay. So if the MART study, they need to look at the integrity of that dam, and the estimate, I've estimated 90,000. They actually made a request for 77,000, but I think it's going to potentially take a little more than that. So I used 90,000. And what that means is that out of the 373,000 allocated for that request, about 280,000 would be added back, would be available to add back, I've called it, for other projects. So they could be for other projects. We could take that 283,000 and allocate it using the same formula to the existing projects. Also, I'd point out that this could also be the case for other allocations. What I mean there is that there is always the potential, may not be highly likely, but there is the potential that the allocation in these other categories could exceed the amount actually needed. That would be trued up, by the way, when the work with Mike on the beneficiary agreements. There it comes. That's, another step that needs to be taken with these non-arsenic projects. We need to get out the beneficiary agreements, the commitments that they would make, and the county's allocation of specific amounts of funding for the project. When we do that, I'll have more information to tie down the actual anticipated estimated cost and be able to identify if we have additional add-back money that we can use for projects that are going to exceed the amount of dollars available in the individual categories. Does that make sense?
Yeah, my quick calculation is very rough, that, these numbers actually add up to more than that amount. So we may need that money saved off that to get to the 5.6. Might check that again.
Yeah, possibly so, because these numbers are, like the 373,000 is actually rounded down. All of those numbers are, have rounding in them, so there will be some discrepancy when you go through, but it shouldn't be more than 0.33%.
Okay.
So,
Judge, could I ask a quick question? And
Yeah.
Tom, I think some of the confusion, or what I'm confused on, the numbers at the bottom, is that after you put the formula on them? So the original request did exceed that 5.6 million, is that right?
yes. The original.
I think that's what-
One more time, Dustin. The original request did.
The original request from all the entities, it exceeded the 5.6 million, right? But you're using a formula to allocate that 5.6 million among the requests, is that
That's
right?
correct. Yes, and we've got a slide down here to kind of show you that. But that's correct. If you recall, it's been a while, hasn't it? Since we've looked at the allocation formula, but it was based on the number of requests by category. In other words, those that have 7%, which are I guess the meters and the wastewater treatment plant connection, the headworks there, and the wastewater construction project. There was only one request put in for those, and but if you look at generators, there were 7 requests or 5 requests maybe for that one. So we took the percentage of request as an indicator of need in the county for that type of project. Okay? Does that ring a bell? Okay. Dustin, is that good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so again, it looks like we will have some add-back money that we can use to beef up some of these projects, or maybe to identify a additional project effort, put it back into some other unrelated category, depending on how the court wants to handle those funds.
Just a quick question, and I want to thank you for this breakdown. Is it a way when we see where we're going with Spring Hill Road, if it does fall under ARPA, that there'll be funds perhaps that could be dedicated to it? I don't know if we put it like in a miscellaneous, or, how do you put money to the side and unallocated in case we're able to fund that project to a certain level, at a certain level?
What I've done is just to put it in a category called add back. So those funds can be used for, however the court wants to use those funds. Let me
Okay.
say that first, but if they're used for a water infrastructure project, which is what these projects all are, water-related, then yes, those funds could be used for an additional project that the court agrees, now we want to fund this project. Coincidentally, the Springfield Road project is about that amount of money, 280 or probably more than that, but to extend that line. Okay. I'm just going to look here real quick. We've looked at that in some detail, City of Waco. Their assistant city managers looked at it as well, identified what would have to be done to actually make those connections. There are a very limited number of connections for the line that would have to be added. So Old Springfield Road is a potential project that the court will have to make a decision on in the future, I guess. Okay?
Okay.
All right, let's look at the non-arsenic impacted projects in a little more detail. This will show,
Time out. First of all, on the previous ones, we just looked at the bar graph.
yes, sir?
That's money that's been asked for, but the court hasn't actually awarded any of those to any of those particular projects. Is that correct?
With the exception of the arsenic
No,
project.
no, yeah, I'm talking about the non-arsenic.
Non-arsenic,
The non-arsenic,
yes.
all those bar
Right.
graphs up there, the generators, water connects, everything else. That's the total amount that's been asked for based on your formula that's allocated to each of those areas. But this court, as of yet, has not awarded those different projects to any particular entity, correct?
Correct.
So the money is.
It's correct.
Okay.
That's what we want to talk about today.
Okay, okay. Is any consideration given to effort, local effort, on how much, in other words, are we funding 100% of what everyone's asking for? Or is there any weight given to local effort that, hey, we need this, but we can do 20% if the county can do 80% or anything like that? Or are they just asking for 100% and just asking for the money?
There is local funding in many of these projects.
And
And the way we did the allocation, it doesn't really take into account how much that local funding is. In some cases, it is a significant amount.
Right. Well, I was thinking a lot of them had put up a lot of dollars on their own.
Absolutely.
To get, I know in the arsenic they have, and I'm sure in the
Absolutely.
non-arsenic, but like generators, is there any local effort?
Yes, sir.
They need 6 and they can only afford 2, and so they're asking for 4 from us, or something like that.
And then that is the case where if they're asked, generators is a good example. So if like Byrom, with meters in McLennan County now, did ask for generators, they had an estimated cost to put all those generators in of $8 million. So they're not going to get $8 million. They're going to get their percentage.
They're going to get their percentage.
Right, that
Based on
33
that formula.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. In other words, we took the I'm gonna have to go to my ophthalmologist here, that 1.866 million.
Right. Yeah.
That's to allocate to all of the entities that requested generators.
Evenly?
Sir?
Evenly?
Evenly, yes. We didn't take into account or try to get into the complications that would come by saying this entity is putting up more money locally than that entity, so they should get more money. The way that's going to work out is, every entity gets the same amount, okay? So if one entity puts in more money, then obviously their local match is going to be more, but that doesn't give them any credit to get more added on to,
Right.
more ARPA dollars added on.
Right. But there's a chance based on the formula that some entities, it would cover them 100%, and based on the formula, some other entities may cover 25, 50%.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now, if it's 110%, and we get the 10% back, that's the add-on, and
That's
that
the
needs to
add-on.
go back in our pot.
The clawback, okay. Okay, thank you for that
Yes, sir.
clarification.
Okay. Next slide we're talking about, okay, these are just a listing, and I'm sorry, there it is. But anyway, these are the non-arsenic requests. You can see how many generators have been requested, how many entities, anyway, that have requested generators, the different types of projects, very, very brief description. We do know, if we go to the next slide, all right, we do know the dollar amount. I'm sorry, I need to move that up a little bit, but we do know the dollar amounts associated with the total projects. In most cases, looks like Hilltop, we're still trying to pin that one down a little bit. City of Mart, I want to know a little bit more about what they want to do with their request. But you can see, I think Commissioner, in response to your question, there's Byrom at 8 million, there's Riesel on generators at 8.5 million. There's that Levi that's got a 4 million. So they in most cases, the formula does not totally fund the request, okay? And I'm not sure that in any of these, in fact, in none of these, with the possible exception of those generators, I think LTG only needed 1 or 2, that possibly could be covered 100% by the allocation formula. Is this making sense?
Is your opinion that some of those rounded numbers up there were almost shot in the dark as far as the amount just for generators? I mean, are you talking about a generator at every well? That's what you have to have, is where it's pumping.
Yeah.
And so some
No,
of those
if you're
people have
using well water, groundwater, yes.
Well, some of those people have 8 different locations.
That's correct. Yeah.
They're
City of
saying- they're
Lorena.
saying one generator cost $1 million?
Typically not $1 million, but they are expensive, and it depends on where they're located. You've got to have a quick coupling for those generators. So that's expensive. There's a lot more than just the generator.
The hardware that goes with it, right?
Yeah. Now, some of them may be overestimating what they need, and we'll, again, our true up on all this comes when Mike Dixon puts the beneficiary agreement together, and they have to make some commitments of what they're telling the court is the best estimate of what it's going to cost. And then they put an engineer's seal on it, and that's when it becomes serious, because an engineer's not going to put a seal on something that's not accurate.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes.
But that, this
There's
gives,
a lot of, there's so much discrepancy between somebody wanting a generator for $250,000 and somebody wanting a generator for $8 million.
well, that may be well more than just one generator.
I know it's more than one generator, but if you divide 250,000 into 8 million, that's a whole bunch of generators.
Yeah, that's true. I think 250,000 may be on the low end for a generator, particularly a turnkey system. But I would think in the $750 to $1 million range is where they fall out.
Okay.
And these, again, that's a good observation. We do need to make sure that we get the best estimates. These estimates were made, if you recall, during COVID. So we had the supply chain.
You couldn't get a
bigger problems. You couldn't get you couldn't get a generator.
Probably still can. Right.
I don't know whether you can now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are issues that we need to sort back through, but I think, again, we've got the final agreements to try to true all that up, or at least make the commitment on the beneficiary that they tell the court a sound estimate, a engineer's opinion of cost. All right, so that gives you an idea of what the projects are. The dollar amount column in the middle is telling you that these projects can be done within the time frame that's allowable for use of ARPA funding.
Let me break in for just 1 second. What we do in the beneficiary agreement is the amount that goes in is the amount that is determined to be allocated by the county. So using those formulas, it's not going to come out 8 million, obviously, and so we'll have whatever their formula works out to will be the amount put in the actual agreement.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, let's see, going to the next slide. This one shows percentages of the non-arsenic use of funds among the entities that requested those and the dollar amounts, just informational. Importantly, they can all be completed by 2026, they're telling us. And the formula did take into account, as the court requested, the meters served in McLennan County only. So if one of these entities, and several of them do have meters outside of McLennan County, that was taken into account in the pro rata amount of funding that was available, that was allocated, if you will. So that's the table part. Over on the right, I think is kind of the takeaway, if you will, to complete our distribution, to complete the allocation of funding. I need to verify the information as needed, and we've done that. In fact, that was done at the end of last month, but we want to go back to the entities and tell them that we need a engineer's estimate of cost sealed. So we'll ask for that. I think we can host, I would suggest, Judge, that we consider hosting another non-arsenic group review meeting, just to lay out, here's how this is going to work, here's how the funds are.
Yeah.
Here's what the time frame is, here's what Mike needs in the agreement, those kind of things. And then
Where they are.
Sir?
And where they are with their projects.
Yes.
Many of them have to move along.
Right.
And it could be that we're looking at reimbursing on these projects. They had, they needed, they were worried they were gonna be in violation. I've heard that from several of them, and, we're anxiously waiting what we're gonna do, and some of them decided, we just gotta move forward.
Move forward.
Hopefully the ARPA money will reimburse our general fund.
And then that last bullet down there is to prepare and distribute the beneficiary agreements. So. And the next slide is just a quick review of the arsenic area, the arsenic impacted entities. And these numbers you've seen before. If we look at the allocation, we actually had, Mike actually completed, and we have 2 executed. Next slide will show that shows dollar amounts again, and the distribution as far as percentages shows you they will be completed within the time frame for ARPA. and the number of meters that are in McLennan County. Some of these projects is the Axles in with FHLM, and Byron's in with Riesel. So that gives you an idea of how those funds are being distributed. And
Tom,
finally-
let me ask you something. Are these numbers the estimates over there? Because I know I've done Riesel and LTG. Are these numbers ready to go? Because I could go ahead and do beneficiary contracts for Prairie Hill and Byram and those.
Okay, well, Mike, let me do this. Yes, I think they are. We've checked these within the last couple of weeks. We went back and verified these, but let me send you the numbers for the outstanding arsenic impacted groups and to work from.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
And then the next slide just shows that that Mike has finished, and these are executed agreements with the city of Riesel and LTG. Okay? And final slide here. This is kind of a timeline of what we've done, how we've, most recently. Preliminary funding amounts, we've looked at those last year, late last year. Again, as I was saying, we've gone back and done some additional verification on the non-arsenic and made the recommendation of another group meeting once we have a pretty good handle on when we're going to get the funding agreement out. We might even want to pass or hand out the beneficiary agreement, the funding agreement at that meeting. Of course, the arsenic systems, again, those amounts have been previously submitted to you, talked about, approved. The recipient agreements have been completed in a couple of cases, and the form is there. That's completed. And then I just need to get the numbers, dollar amounts to Mike to finish that. And we do have an agreement. LAN is watching over the use of those funds. So I think, Judge, that may be my last slide. And
Okay.
go from there.
All right, any questions for Tom? I've got some suggestions on moving forward. That meeting, I do agree that we need to get those entities together to give them, they want to know where we are. And we need to know where they are. Additionally, in regards to the rest of the ARPA funds, all across the board, I think we need to dedicate a meeting maybe specifically for that. And every time we post a meeting, says it's gonna be one item, here comes all the requests to put more on it. And so, but the priority's gotta be for this discussion. In regards to funding for nonprofits, and if we don't have any significant issues moving forward, then maybe we ought to move forward.
Yes.
And I think that's the direction that I get, that the court would like to go ahead and make those decisions and put that money to work. And so I'm not sure whether, well, I guess one thing would be, I would ask the court here to either now or soon, give me big questions in your mind, individually speaking, in your mind of what we need to get asked and the answers to for you to feel comfortable in moving forward. So we could post for next Tuesday, or we could wait till the following scheduled meeting and post it for that afternoon, or even a Wednesday posting like we do budget where we extend the Tuesday posting over into Wednesday. So said a lot there, but any thoughts on that? Anyone have?
I go with any of those, Judge, over what works best, everybody's schedule. I don't have a problem.
I can't do Wednesday, the 19th.
Okay, what about
That's
Tuesday? That's next Tuesday
The 8th, or next Tuesday,
is the
11th?
11th. Does that look like it'd be an issue? What about for you, Tom?
It will be, and I have a, I hate to admit it, I have a Commissioners Court meeting in Williamson County. We're doing similar, looking at their water projects.
Yeah.
Making some recommendations.
Do we want to do the afternoon then of our next regular? I mean, is that our next
Tuesday.
choice then? What is that, the 18th?
When would you be back on Tuesday? Well, the Tuesday'd be the 11th. You said the 11th.
Are you saying the 11th?
I'm free the 11th.
He said the 19th.
I'm not free on the 19th.
Okay.
So we could do the afternoon of the 18th.
Okay.
I'm free, either one.
18th, look all right.
I'm wide open, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's tax
So,
day.
yeah. Okay, so be sure you mail it and get it postmarked.
Hope there's no ice.
Yes, sir.
Mine would be an extension. Okay.
Dustin, I don't recall, but we did recently, we did LTG on the arsenic, but we were holding up on the other ones, and I don't remember why. Do you remember?
And Tom, was it just, I think those were more of an urgent, I know LTG had requested as kind of an urgent need, but Tom, do we need to gather any info on those other requests?
Not to my knowledge, Justin, but I'll double check, triple check.
Well, maybe we can plan on having those on for the 18th then, Mike.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so intention would be to post for Tuesday, the 18th at 1 p.m. And the agenda item is to have further discussion and an action on the remaining ARPA dollar, some or part of let's see, next stage of the decisions on action for planning to ARPA money, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, okay. And then the other thing, Mike, I was just bringing up something. I had a call from Axtell, who's working with ELK, EOL, Axtell Water Supply Corporation. They're looking at putting in a blending plant that would be proximity at the Y of 8431 heading east, somewhere in that area. And they thought they had some property bought and they didn't get it bought. And so, but anyhow, they want to know, would we be ready to provide funding for that blending? That's where they'd blend the water and distribute it back out.
Right.
It's a connecting point. And so that's one that's kind of the final thing they need to do, I believe. And so if conceptually, if we felt comfortable in doing so, that we could say, subject to your final closing of land and what your bid and all those, have those in place, and we know you could meet the timelines, then that would be an example of what we could go ahead and make final approval on, I would think. But there could be things that come up that I hadn't
Is
thought
this an
about.
additional request?
No,
or-
it's in our,
It's in the,
What is the supply that they're looking to blend with?
Waco, isn't it?
well, right now it's Waco. So.
Kinda running out in Waco.
Well, Waco is committed to run that line there, that far, because they already service several entities out there that farm. And so, ones that, not wakeboard, but that, Surf Waco. Yeah, Surf Waco deal. They've already written the contract and everything, so, yeah. So that one, I think the supply's nailed down, Mike. And, Elk, that water supply area has, they're with, in the FMLA, FHLM, and it has an $8 million commitment from I think the Water Development Board. So all those things are in place. So we'll try to nail all that information down, and I think 18th is a better date than next Tuesday, because it's gonna give us some time. And if we do have time to squeeze in that meeting, Tom, let's talk about it. That would give us more information.
Okay, follow up on that. Also, I am coordinating and trying to coordinate as much as I can with the Water Development Board on the separate funding that
Okay.
some of our recipients are getting.
Yeah, okay. All right, so Dustin, you want to cover those other two items?
Yes, sir. While we have Tom there, in case there are questions, L1B is authorization of addendum to professional consulting contract with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham Incorporated. This is the contract, the agreement where they look for identifying the ARPA eligible projects, which is specifically what Tom's talking about now. The original one was capped at $45,000. We need to increase that amount, so we're proposing an addendum to increase that amount by another $45,000. And then the second one is L1C, authorization of addendum to second professional consulting contract with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham. This is the one that was more based on water resources, where we were using their knowledge of the connections, et cetera. The previous one was capped at $25,000, and it was $125 an hour. The proposal here is to move that to a flat fee of $2,750 per month. And I think Tom can speak to, there's, looks like about to be, quite a bit of work upcoming on the waterfront as well.
Is that ARPA money?
No, sir.
Okay. In other words, it can't come out of ARPA?
The second one,
I'll leave that to you, Dustin.
yeah, the first one is ARPA related. The second one is broader than just ARPA. It goes back to the McLennan County Water Resources Group and other that's been in existence.
Okay. But the L1B could be ARPA?
Yes, sir. And Francis can confirm, but I believe it is paid out of the ARPA funds.
Okay, good, good.
All right, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve L1B, L1C.
Is there, I have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass. Thank you, Tom.
Do we need a motion to approve the report or anything? Or just accept it?
We can.
It doesn't matter to me, I just.
Yeah, is there a motion to approve the rest of the report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
One more thing, Judge, and this just popped in my head. It may be, I'm trying to figure out why the arsenic ones were not all done. And I think we were waiting to see if they had commitments from the federal or state government.
Right.
And that was what we were waiting on, but we can check that.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll go back to the agenda.
Recording in progress.
Okay, let's call court back into session. Take care of a few business matters here. Going to, under items F, under budget amendments, under F1 regarding the FY23 budget. Francis? Morning.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So I'll start with F1A. So F1A is in the general fund for maintenance of buildings. The request is to increase the repair and maintenance line in that budget. This is related to 3 projects that you've approved on prior agendas, one being the relocation of a door for HR, and the second and third being some adjustments to the office space for JP5. So these didn't meet the criteria to be a permanent improvement project, but so they will show up in the general fund. F1B, this is general fund for maintenance of equipment. So in that department, we have a line item for repair and maintenance expenditures for the towers. So doesn't have to do with the capital project ongoing right now, just the ongoing cost and any repairs that are needed. So there were some unanticipated repairs that were needed. And so we are needing to increase that line. And you'll see a detail there of which towers and what's being done. So we're asking to increase that line by $16,141 for this current year. F1C, this is general fund for the sheriff's office. They currently have 5 canines. And so the amount that was in the canine supplement line, which is $2,500 per employee, was not sufficient for 5 of those employees. So we're just asking to increase that line by $2,500. And we are moving from another personnel line within that department. F1D, this is general fund, countywide department. This is the line item for membership dues. We always budget for these very specifically, but there were increases across the board on all of the membership dues. So, Texas Conference of Urban Counties, HOTCOG, TAC, the Judge and Commissioners Association. So all of those increases just added up, and we need to increase that line item by $3,527. F1E, this is general fund, road and bridge 3. The request is just to move within that department into their capital outlay line. And this is to accommodate the purchase of a 2-ton truck with a crane. F1F, this is Fund 418. This is the construction fund for the venue project. We're asking to request the repair and maintenance line within that fund. There is a repair needed for a sign on the base facility. And so due to the laws that surround a venue project, we must charge any of those costs to the venue project. So that is why we're asking to increase that line in this specific fund.
This was a wind damage thing that was too
Yes,
small
sir.
to be an insurance claim.
What got damaged, Judge?
It was just one of the signs had real high winds out there one day.
Yeah, it was one of the light up signs that is attached to the side of the building.
One of the light
On the sides, on the side.
on the side.
Side of the building, yeah. I don't know if something blew into it or what, but. Okay, proceed.
F1G, this is Fund 401, our permanent improvement fund. And we are increasing the line item for the driveway install at JP5. This project was approved on the March 21st agenda. F1H, this is in Fund 421, permanent improvement fund for the 2021 bond proceeds. We're requesting to increase the line item for the downtown jail conversion project in relation to the pre-construction services cost for John Irwin. So, as the pieces of this project fall into place, then we'll continue, of course, to bring budget amendments to you for each piece. And F1I, this is in Fund 150, the Court Reporter Service Fund, requesting to increase the furniture and equipment line for a need that the 19th District Court reporter has. Specifically, it is for a touchscreen annotator buttons. And that concludes the budget amendments.
Okay. All right. All right, any questions about those items? All right, is there a motion to approve, under, excuse me, one page here. Item F1A through F1I.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, there's a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, under F1J. Was that not, was that in, Francis, was that, that's under Community Supervision and Corrections?
Yes, sir. So those are budget amendments for their state grant, for the state grants for CSCD.
Okay.
And so that is running those through for approval.
All right.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, thank you, Francis.
Of course.
All right, Dustin, F1K.
F1K is authorization of Texas Association of Counties claim deductible invoice. This is an invoice totaling $86.50 for claims associated with the estate of Charles Ray Mason. And this was a jail law enforcement claim.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right.
All right,
under-
Judge, you want me to
Yeah, go ahead.
read the items?
Yeah.
Under item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs. G1 is authorization of amended recommendation for bid 23-003, crushed limestone flex base, limestone crusher pine, and stone riprap. Ken?
Yes, sir. When we came to court with the grant of the award on this, there was a few mistakes on the recommendation. I'm just bringing this back to the court to make those corrections. On the Green Dream International, on the crusher fines picked up, we had it written as $26.40 per ton, and it's actually amended to $7.70 per ton. On mine services, crushed limestone picked up, we had $8 per ton, and it should have been $7.25 per ton. And on Rattler Rock, on crushed limestone picked up, we had $6.50 per ton, and it should have been $8 per ton. Apologize to the court for those mistakes, but again, I'm bringing it back to court for those corrections.
All right, any questions? All right, if not, is there a motion to approve the amended bid information?
So move.
Second.
I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G2, authorization of recommendation for bid 23-010, newer used 2-ton truck, McLennan County Road and Bridge Precinct 3 fleet. Ken?
I'm proud to say Precinct 3 located a truck. And of course, it was outside our bid limit and it wasn't on any kind of cooperative agreement. We did issue a bid. It takes a while to run through a bid for a vehicle like this, but the vehicle was still there. So we managed to receive a bid on a 2-ton truck in the amount of $190,000. It's a 2022 Dodge 5500. And again, it's our recommendation to go ahead and accept this recommendation.
Okay, any questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve. Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? Discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G3, authorization to manage engine product price quote from Zoho Corporation for platform to monitor and optimize server, network, and end-user equipment for information technology. John?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Morning.
This product was you had a $95,000 approval from the FY23 budget process last year. So what this is it's a managed engine product from the Zoho Corporation. It actually will solve a few problems for us. We do some data rationalization and normalization with this product. It'll help us deduplicate some of the data that we're protecting. It'll be cheaper that way. That way we're not protecting multiple copies of data and such. But we went back to the drawing board because we had some other needs. So we reevaluated a whole host of products and came out with Manage Engine as our winner in this process. It not only does the data deduplication and all those sort of functions, but it also can solve a problem. We have a help desk application that we're currently using that's at end of life, out of warranty. So we can use this for that. We can also upgrade our change management process and run that through this product. Plus, we've already been using this product for a few other functions, so it lowers our return on investment time. We can get return on investment quicker because we already know the product. We know it very well, how to use it. We have the contacts. So the original budget amount, again, was $95,000. This total cost for this year on this product would be $68,672.30. Therefore, saving us $26,327.70 this year. We were already using it, as you can see, that we were using $6,620 in our current budget for this. And the total recurring yearly bill would be $61,165.30. Excuse me. With that, I would take any questions.
All right, any questions?
Say what?
Any questions?
So what you're asking for today, John, is the $68,672.30, which is a savings of $26,327.70, correct?
Correct, from the budgeted amount for the
Yeah, from the budget amount. So what we're asking for today is the $68,672.30.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Move to approve.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G4, authorization of proposal from Progressive Protection for Information Technology Department. John?
Hello. So this one is about our physical security system here. We had some deficiencies in it. We had some wires that were a little bit loose, weren't doing the right things. We had some doors that didn't work quite the way they should work. In addition, we wanted to have more granular control over the IT department's physical security doors here. This would add one door to the security system that exists now, the back door to our data facility. We currently keep that locked, and we had an inspection back in August of 22 by the fire marshal, who noted that as a deficiency, that you're not supposed to have a locked door when you need egress for people that work in there. So we're going to remediate that with this. And also they noted in the same fire marshal inspection that our break room door, which is an egress, it didn't have any of the safety equipment on it, the push bar to be able to get out in case of an emergency. So this would take care of all of that, remediate all those issues, and add that extra door for more security. The total comes out to $7,897.
All right, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve G4.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
G5 is authorization of standard proposal from Arc Abatement for abatement work at 415 Columbus Avenue. TJ?
Yes, good morning. So before you have the asbestos removal quote from ARC on the 415 Columbus Avenue property. We've reviewed this. Everything seems to be good to go. This is part of phase 2 as a reminder to the court. You know, we removed the small structure in the back. Phase 2 will be the asbestos portion, and phase 3 will be the final demolition. So we recommend it for approval.
All right, any questions? There's not any questions. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item H, contracts, interlocal agreements, H1 is ratification of equipment rental agreement with Kirby Smith Machinery for Road and Bridge Precinct 4. Commissioner Perry?
Yes, sir. Just seeking ratification on this contract for this piece of equipment. So if there are not any questions, I'll make a motion to approve H1.
Any questions? We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion second. Not any other questions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H2, authorization of memorandum of understanding with Waco Independent School District for collaborative internship program. Anna.
Thank you, Justin. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I have here a request to continue the McLennan County internship program, including the addition of partnership with Waco Independent School District. Attached to my request would be their memorandum of understanding with Waco ISD. We're hoping to recruit a student from their Greater Advanced Manufacturing Academy, or GWAMA, for short. If this memorandum of understanding is approved, Waco ISD would join Baylor University, TSTC, and MCC as our current partners in the internship program, who those entities have confirmed participation. And I know there's a later agenda item addressing them specifically. This year, so far, we have confirmed participation with our Veteran Services Department, Maintenance of Buildings, and our Justice of the Peace Precinct 2. In addition, not noted in my request, but I think we're going to have Road and Bridge Precinct join us in this internship program, especially now with the inclusion of Waco ISD, or we hope will be Waco ISD, and that's Precinct 2. But I think what I would like to do is just expand that, just Road and Bridge precinct, all 4 precincts in general for participation. Again, the internship program has been in place since 2021, so we're going on our 3rd year of the program. So we're excited to include Waco ISD in the program, and I can take any questions from. I'm sorry, I didn't mention. We're not. This request does not affect the number of current internship slots or the budget allotted for the program. I can take any questions now if you'd like.
And you might also cover H7, which is another MOU with Baylor University. You mentioned it, TSTC and MCC. Any other comments on that?
I've got a question about H2.
Okay.
It says that Waco ISD will be helping HR recruit a student from the Greater Waco Advanced, which is GWAMA, Manufacturing Academy. But then it talks about the following departments are participating, and we're talking about a student. So we're talking about 3 students, 1 in each of these places. When we say a student, is only 1 student coming from Waco? I'm really not following the numbers there.
That's correct. We're planning on 1 student at minimum from Waco ISD, and then these other offices would actually be trying to recruit an internship from the other schools that we have a partnership with. So a total of 4 from our 4 partners. 1 each school.
Okay, so
this MOU, it pertains to 1 intern at WISD.
And then Anna, you might not have heard Judge, but he had H7. Did you want to go ahead and discuss the renewal of those MOUs at the same time?
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry, I did not hear that. Yes, this would confirm participation continuation for the schools we've already partnered with in the past 2 years. And so that would include Baylor University, Texas State Technical College, and McLennan Community College, so that we can recruit from those programs as well. They have confirmed their willingness to continue in that partnership. And they don't request any changes to the original memorandum of understanding.
Okay. All right. Any questions on either H2 or H7? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item H3, authorization of renewal of service agreement with Civic Plus for Civic HR applicant tracking and new hire onboarding subscriptions. Anna?
Yes, I'm not quite ready for this item. I'm waiting on an edit to an invoice, and I'll be bringing that back to the court. So I requested to defer this item.
Okay, I'll make a motion to defer. Second. We have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Right, H4, H5, and H6 are interlocal agreements. One's with the city of Ross for culvert work, one's for the city of Golson for road work, and the other's for the city of Leroy for road work. Commissioner Jones?
So as Dustin said, there interlocal cooperation agreements with the city of Ross, city of Golson, city of Leroy. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions?
If not, I'll make a motion to approve H4, H5, and H6. Second.
All right, I have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
We have nothing under item I. Under item J, capital improvement and construction projects. J1's regarding capital improvement projects for the Cameron Park Zoo, agreement with the city of Waco, authorization of invoice 25708. This has been reviewed by the auditor's office. Francis had to step away. Its invoice totals $161,042.11, and it is recommended for approval.
All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, nothing under item K. Under L1A regarding the professional services agreement with BKD Forvis, authorization of grant administration service invoice through February. This is an invoice totaling $15,335.70 for their grant administration services. And our office has reviewed it, and Francis has reviewed as well, and it is recommended for approval.
Okay, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Under item L2, this is the bipartisan infrastructure law. Georgina was on this morning. She had to step into a 1045 meeting with TxDOT. There was an action item on under L2A for discussion on a submission of a grant application through Department of Transportation for charging and fueling infrastructure. And so, Judge, I guess we would just recommend that for deferral at this time. I know Zane's trying to set up a meeting with Georgina for later this afternoon or later this week to discuss these more in depth.
I'll make a motion, we defer.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
L3 is regarding the grant agreement with Department of State Health Services, ratification of financial status report. This is on the detection and mitigation of COVID-19 in confinement facilities grant program. This report had to be submitted by March 31st, so we just need ratification of this financial status report.
Okay, I'll make a motion, we approve that. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Moving down to L5 regarding the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, SCAP, authorization of FY23 grant application submission. This is the annual grant we apply for that provides federal payments to states and localities that incur correctional officer salary costs for incarceration of certain undocumented criminal aliens. We just need a motion to approve that grant application.
Okay, I'll make a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Under item M, Department Office Specific Requests, M1, County Sheriff, authorization of request for purchase of duty weapon upon retirement of peace officer under Local Government Code, Section 614051. Ken?
Yes, we received this request for retiring Deputy Michael Hutchinson. And we believe the fair market value for that weapon is $325. We're allowed to do this under Government Code Section 614.051.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, moving on to item N, additional items for discussion. N1 is discussion and action on requests for waiver of penalties and interest on property taxes. If it's all right, I will share my screen. And Scott Word apologized. He had a meeting to get to.
We're still here.
Okay, good. Let me share my screen very quickly. Can y'all see that okay?
Yes.
Yes.
First one is Diane Dickerson. They stated they mailed it when conditions improved. The check was dated on January 31st, 2023, postmarked on February 2nd. This is one we would recommend for approval. Janice Guest. Check was dated January 31st. They mailed it on January 31st at 4 p.m. at the Highway 6 post office, and the postmark date was February the 2nd. Michael Hassel. Check was dated January 30th. They mailed it on the 30th at 12:10 p.m. at the Ross post office. It was postmarked on February 4th. Another one we would recommend for approval. Marty Hurtado. Check date was January 31st. They placed it in the mailbox at their home, but was not picked up timely, and it was postmarked on February 2nd. We'd recommend for approval. Vicky Linthicum. Check date was January 31st. They mailed it at the Wooded Acres post office on January 31st by 5 p.m. Postmark date was February the 2nd, so we feel this one is recommended for approval. Rachel Marion. This is one that we recommend not be approved. Fees were actually paid by credit card on February the 22nd, and previously we had stated those that you paid in person or by card. We looked at that February 2nd, the 10 a.m. By the time when the office opened back up at 10 a.m. that day, we had said February 2nd would be allowable. And as Scott pointed out, this one doesn't appear to meet the statute. They had 21 days to pay, which would have needed to be done by February 21st anyway. So we recommend this would not be approved. Robert and Anna Milam. Check date was January 28th. They mailed it on January 31st with a postmark date of February 2nd. So we recommend this one for approval. Sue Pesquilla. Let me scroll down. Check dates were January 23rd and January 27th. They mailed it on January 30th and the 31st, and the postmark date on all of them were February 2nd. We recommend for approval. Karen Quinn, check date was January 29th. It was mailed on the 30th, and the postmark date was February 4th, and we recommend for approval. Then Kenneth Weiss, check date was January 31st. They mailed it on the 31st at 1:30 p.m. at the West Post Office with a postmark date of February 3rd, and we recommend that one for approval as well.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, I make a motion to approve the recommendation of Mr. Chapman.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item N2, discussion and or action regarding proposed pending state, federal legislative or legislative issues. Judge, is there anything you would like to cover?
Well, you know, there's a lot of proposed bills out there. Many of them have gone through various committees and referred to the House or the Senate. And so this week's going to be a big week on the direction of those. And also the budget will be on the floor for discussion this week as well. I think a couple of points to make out, to point out is one, there is a action to, first of all, the rainy day fund or their general fund is over and above their policy amount. They're going to try to put a lot of these funds back to, first of all, do some things that deferred maintenance and those things, in particular infrastructure, but also all the facilities where mental health beds are, put more money into it, and then push more mental health dollars back into the local community to deal with issues that we're dealing with. The other thing would be there's an effort, and it looks like it has support, to reimburse counties for when they have paper-ready inmates and the state doesn't pick them up, that they pay us a per diem for not picking those up. And then also on juvenile, I don't think the reimbursement's quite as high. But if they're not taken by the state facility, then that would be reimbursed. But there's still a lot of things that are unfunded mandates that are coming down that we would be picking up. The thing most notable is that that we're dealing with is under the opioid settlement. The way that settlement was lined out, that it would be those dollars would come back to where the damage was in each of those communities, and now the state wants to be able to capture those funds to the state side and then fund it down at their discretion, which I think we would totally oppose that. And what it's doing, and not just this legislation, but others that appear to pull more local control away and put it at the state level. That's led by Senator Bettencourt and as well, and then supported by the Lieutenant Governor and the Governor. Some of these excess funds would also be used for taxpayer relief, and they would do that by looking at the ad valorem tax and expenses in the calculations by going in and buying down the M&O expenses of schools to pull pressure off schools trying to recoup that back on a tax rate. And so that would be helpful to the taxpayers. They feel comfortable that the Texas economy is strong enough that they should, sales tax driven, and that those dollars will keep coming even if we have recessionary times, and that Texas will have less effects of a recession than most other states. But that's primarily it, the focus. And so I think from my standpoint, and probably if you're watching this and yours too, that you would watch how this progresses through the House and the Senate over the next several weeks. Any questions anyone have for me? If not, is there a motion to approve that report for recording purposes?
So moved. Second.
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
N3, selection, designation of public members of the Salary Grievance Committee regarding the FY24 budget. I don't believe any actions needed at this time.
All right, thank you.
Judge, is Chris there for item N4?
She is not. Frank's here.
All right, all right, do we want to jump down to Frank's now or continue?
Yeah, we need to move forward. So Frank, you want to come forward?
What number?
So it will be under item O, the McLennan County Radio Tower Project. Frank's going to give a general update, and then we have 2 action items, and I'll just go ahead and read those in. Q1 is authorization of service agreement with Motorola Solutions for monitoring and technical support services for radio communications network towers. And Q2 is discussion and action on West Radio Tower change order due to mismarked water line. Frank?
All right. Thank you for having me here today. So give you an update. So there's 3 things I want to touch on. So we're going to start with the original build, which was the 4-tower site. All the towers were built except for the state tower. That was the one that is in Commissioner Jones's precinct. So we'll talk about that for a second. The state broke ground on that a few weeks ago. And even after marking dig tests and marking lines 3 times, we were able to actually hit dead center in the water line. So it was about 10 foot off from where they originally marked. So there is and then they thought we would be okay with that, so they moved over a little bit and began to drill the piers and the holes for the footings, and then set the rebar, came back the next day, and that hole collapsed. So they had to dig all that out and start over. So with that said, they're waiting till the ground dries up a little more before they can continue the build process. But in with that was a unexpected cost, obviously, because now they had to redesign, re-engineer the tower location. We've gotten with Commissioner Jones and get approval for that, for moving the tower, because we need to move it off of that water line, obviously. So we had to reorient it and change it. And so that was a cost, and the state came back and asked us if we would pay the cost, and I said, no, I don't think we would. If anything, we might split the cost. So that I sent it up for consideration, because it was kind of unexpected on both sides. I mean, we didn't know, they didn't know. Everything was marked like it was supposed to properly, and it wasn't right? The line wasn't in the right spot. So that's delayed the project a little bit, but they're still committed, and we're still going to build it as we are. The other towers, which were in Commissioner Perry's precinct, is built. The one in Precinct 2 and Precinct 1 are already built as well and have been. So that part of it is complete. So we're working now on the microwave links for that part. And those are going up. Precinct 4, all the microwave links are up there. All the microwave links are up in Precinct 1 in Lorena, and Precinct 2, there will be some initial microwave links coming up on that. So that is all in the build process. Because the outlier is going to be the State Tower. So we're moving very quickly with the others. They are building that out as we speak. We did run into a challenge this past week or week and a half so with all these towers are going to be connected back to the main police department tower. So there's going to be microwave links on top of that building. The original engineering design came back and it was not adequate as far as wind and as well as it wasn't an engineer stamp drawing. The city of Waco had concerns, the fact that it wasn't an engineer stamp drawing. So now we have reset and we've met with, I met with Tom Austin, facilities director, and the other day. And so we're working on getting a PE stamp drawing for the microwave links that will be going to that building. The original design, quite frankly, was not adequate. It didn't have proper wind, what they call tiebacks, but wind tiebacks to keep them from twisting in the wind and those kind of things. We are working with constraints with the city of Waco. They don't want to be able to see anything from the ground, from the front of the building. So that means we have to position these microwaves on top in specific areas where they're not visible. And these are talking 6-foot dishes. So, I'm 6'3", so I mean, spin me in a circle, and that's kind of how big we are on top of the building. So it's a challenge on that part. But that delayed the project. The drawings they're telling me to get an engineer stamp is going to be about 2 weeks, maybe 3, and then once it's approved, we'll provide that to the city of Waco, to Tom. He's already verbally agreed if we do this, the design, the way we're talking about, he's good with it. So we'll get that check, and then we'll start building those out again. And we're still on track to. We did push. I'm not going to sit here and give you a time frame anymore. It seems like everybody gets started, something gets bumped. But we still are on track to get this done this year for sure. The next tower that goes up once we get the microwaves on the police tower, 315 Pine, will be Commissioner Perry's precinct. So that'll come online. That's one piece I wanted to talk about. So we're really making good strides in that. We had some things that have been ordered since October. And by the way, they're just now coming in. You mentioned supply chain issues. We have been riddled with supply chain issues, generators, UPS units, parts. And so actually we ordered in October. It's now, they're going to be delivered today. So that's forthcoming. Now let's talk about the other side, which was the grant we got from the Heart of Texas Council of Governments to relocate the Heart of Texas Tower from the fairgrounds to Woodway. The tower is built, is complete. We are dropping in the UPS unit. The microwave links are up on that tower as well. That was separate of the original build. So they are going to be installing microwave links to make that connection between all the towers as we go through this. We are working on a cutover plan for that. We're not going to take the Heart of Texas Tower site. We aren't going to make it go dark. In other words, when we start moving equipment, it'll be done on a Sunday at the least used traffic time on the radio system. So we can turn off half. There's 12 channels. We'll turn off 6. We'll move those 6 to Woodway. We'll bring those 6 up. That's when we'll turn off the other 6 of the Heart of Texas. Then we'll take those 6 and we'll move them to Woodway, and we'll bring those up. If everything goes well, any end user on the street, public safety wise, will never know the difference. But it will be done. It's a coordinated event. We're working through that timing and planning of that right now. But that's eventually to be the cutover plan. If everything stays on track the way it is, we will most likely make that cutover before the State Tower and Commissioner Jones' precinct gets built. So it'll just be an easy one. Once that gets built, it's just a matter of turning it on. And I say easy, that's, so too simplistic, but it's, we'll be able to turn it on and get it on the system as quickly as possible. So those are the 2 parts there. So there's, the original, which is building the towers, which we've completed that. All of them are up. Now we're putting the equipment on. The other one was the Woodway location. The Heart of Texas Council of Government, spoke to them yesterday. They are going to provide me with the paperwork to transfer that asset to the county. Then I'll give it to the court, and then y'all accept it. It'll be part of the county's system. So They're working on that paperwork right now, so it's going to be a transfer of assets from them to us as a county. The last part
Frank?
of that, which is exciting for me anyway, is, one of the goals of this was to achieve true public safety interoperability within our county. And I must say, with the support of the Commissioners Court and the ARPA funds and the support of the volunteer fire departments and the support of the city of Waco, which is a project I worked on before I ever left there, is trying to get the city of Waco to donate radios to the VFDs, some handhelds, I think. So between the funds allocated by the Commissioners Court and the city of Waco, those volunteer fire departments will now be able to migrate to the 800 megahertz radio system. And I can sit here and tell you today that this will be, I'm going to say this, and you never say 100%, but it appears, as I sit here today, every public safety agency, including state and some federal agencies, will all have access and be on the radio system, 800 megahertz, which improves interoperability considerably. So, it's how do we make that work, right? So there's a lot of things that will have to go on behind the scenes, like shared talk groups, things y'all don't want to get into the minutia of. The point is, for the first time in McLennan County, everybody will be on a standardized platform. And so now it's just the willingness of individuals to work with one another, whether it's going to be successful or not, because we've given everybody the tools to do it now.
Right.
So now it's up to people and, of making it
How
work.
long has this conversation been going on?
Well, I came to work in 1999, and so it was going on since then. In the radio system, I took the radio system over in 2012 to build the city's radio system. So 2012 was, I think, really the hard push, but it's been going on since '99. And interoperability after 2011 really took off, after, and that. So yeah, it's been going on that long, and it's so. Kudos to the Commissioners Court for funding that part of it. That has always been the high center, if you will. It was the volunteer fire departments and getting them over the hump. And because, a lot of the volunteer fire departments in our county are funded with bake sales and other things and are not flush with money, and radios are expensive and things of that nature. So providing them that stake to getting them started and what y'all provided, if they take care of them, are good for a good 15 to 20, even 30 years.
Good.
When I was at City, we had radios that were operating on the system that were 25 years old. They were not in public safety use systems, but they were being used at that age. So there is longevity if they maintain the equipment, is the point. So, those are the three areas I wanted to touch on and see if you had any questions or comments.
All right, that's great news. Any questions or comments for Frank?
Frank, on the mismarking with the water company, is there any liability back on them?
I don't know. I asked somebody about that the other day, and I really don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if we could go back.
Who marked?
Commissioner, there could be some liability, but the fact of getting the money in time, we can look into that, but we still need to approve the change order because otherwise we'll be behind the 8 ball.
Sure, and I agree with that. Go ahead and prove it, but I don't think it hurts to look back at it, see if there's some liability exposure on their part to share in the cost after the fact.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, what's the pleasure? Cool.
Motion to
Frank.
approve Q1 and Q2, is that correct? I think that's correct. Q1, Q2?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, I have a motion. Second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
All right, Dustin?
Good news.
Yes, sir. Judge, you want to go ahead and go to Chris's item now?
Yes.
That is item N4, Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce Monthly Economic Development Report for February 2023.
Morning.
Good morning.
Almost.
It's almost afternoon. Well, you have before you our February report for this year. We're still tracking in a very positive way. The number of attraction inquiries for the month of February was right on par with where we were in 2022. Proposals going out the door, very similar. We've had a lot of visits within the community this first start of the year, both through virtual visits and then boots on the ground by companies. So we're in a very positive position there. Overall, when we look at the level of activity, still seeing a tremendous amount of leads coming in. Did some analysis to find out, where, we had an idea, but where most of the leads coming from. Over 60% of them are coming from the state, from the Governor's Office of Economic Development and Tourism. So what's happening is companies are coming to the state of Texas, and they are then working with the Governor's Office to determine areas of interest. So they know they want to be in Texas, or they know that Texas is a place they might want to be. And then the Governor's Office will do intake with them, better understand their project, and then disseminate a lead to either specific geographies or statewide, where the communities will then present whatever their either existing building or greenfield opportunity is that meets the needs of the company. So that had not been the case probably 5 years ago. We were not seeing those companies and those site consultants going to the state of Texas. They were coming directly to us instead. We're seeing a combination of both now, which is fine, which is great, because however they get to us, so long as they get to us, that's what's important. And so we're happy to make those submissions either way, and it's been gone very, very well for us. And just, I think there's a lot of concern about what's happening in the economy right now. We do this economic index report every month in partnership with the Waco Trib and First National Bank of Central Texas, where a economist named Carr Ingham out of Amarillo does an analysis of our community to show how things are tracking. And so we're in a very good position, even though we're seeing some impacts to the housing market, the auto market related to interest rates. Overall, the level of activity that we announced in prior years is coming to fruition now. So we're seeing building permits and a lot of construction activity that is really generating a lot of impact into the local economy and index right now. So through the month of January, and I gave the February report yesterday, but at the end of January, we were up 361% in building permits issued over last year, of January of last year. And now we are up, we had the highest February on record with the index, and it was over 600%. And we've just had, January, it was the new pavilion permit being pulled for Baylor's basketball arena. And then for the month of February, there were a number of multi-housing developments, grading permits pulled to start the construction of larger buildings. So we've just seen a lot of good activity there. But construction industry is still really strong for our community, which is always a leading indicator of the strength of the economy. So, but overall, everything is doing well. We did have a reboot within the Texas Workforce Commission when it came to the labor force. So every February, they do a reset of the labor force numbers as they do new data. They gather data and they realize that they've had some changes or misplacing of numbers. We gained 6,000 people in our labor force from January of 2022 to January of 2023, which was over 4.5%. It was over almost 55% of our growth accounted for about 55% of the labor force growth within our 7-county region. So we are doing really well in attracting people here, growing people, and people are coming back into the workforce that hadn't been there before, which is why we have a slightly higher unemployment rate than we've seen in the past. but that also means that there are more people available to go into jobs, which makes employers feel better too. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions y'all have.
Any questions? Okay, and so, first of all, is there a motion to approve Chris's report for recording purposes?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass. All right, Chris, if you could hang on just about 5 minutes, we're gonna clean up the rest of the agenda and then come back and we're gonna go into executive session momentarily with no anticipated action necessary or needed after that. So Dustin, you wanna clean up the agenda?
Yes, sir. So we'll go back to item N6, McLennan County Historical Commission recording of updated bylaws, and they have submitted their updated bylaws, and we just need a motion to accept those for recording purposes.
So move.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second, and no other questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
N7, discussion and/or action regarding acceptance of tree donation, and Judge, we can pull this with no action at this
All
time.
right, I would say pull with no action.
N8, authorization of amendment to the McLennan County Employee Policy Guide, section 7.09C, compensation for overtime. Anna?
Yes, I have here a request to update our general employee policy guide so that it includes or incorporates the recent approved policy by the juvenile board to transition from compensatory time to overtime pay, straight overtime pay for select juvenile detention employees. The titles that are included in this change in policy would be all on the detention side of juveniles, and it includes juvenile supervision officers, detention shift supervisors, and detention managers. The juvenile board approved this policy and transition on March 21st of this year and to take effect on April 2nd, so this past Sunday. And included in this change would be just an outline of what is going to occur with compensatory time already on the books. And it outlines just that this compensatory time is to be used during this current fiscal year or paid out at current fiscal year end. And again, this is just a request to update our general McLennan County Employee Policy Guide to incorporate this juvenile services overtime policy change to ensure that our policy guide is current and reflects the actual pay practices that are currently active. I can take any questions from the court on that.
All right, any questions? No questions, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
N9, authorization of Alacrity Solutions Total Loss Condition Report. This is showing the total loss of a 2016 Dodge Durango to be $17,722.15, and we just need a motion to approve that total loss condition report.
All right, is there any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
N10, discussion and/or action regarding hosting of Area Economic Development Council meeting. Suzanne had sent this over to our office. The open months are April and June. I think April would probably be hard to get a program together. So if the court's interested, we are proposing to host this. This is the program done through the chamber, host in June. And then maybe the commissioner's assistants can work with our office and we can come up with a program and location for this event. I think Suzanne had maybe pinched out the training center at the SO as a potential location.
Okay, that's something we've done in the past, and I'd make a motion that we again host that meeting and propose that a June date be selected. I think it's on a third, is it fourth?
It's on a Friday.
Last Friday.
Typically.
Month. Okay, so whatever the normal scheduled time is in June. Is there a second on that? All right, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass. I was gonna say anybody that voted against it was gonna be able to present the program, so. All right.
N12, sorry, Judge.
No, go ahead.
N12, discussion and or action regarding the McLennan County voting proxy for NACO's 2023 annual conference and exposition. Randy Riggs had reached out. He's going to be attending this conference, and they had asked if he would be the county's proxy, and we thought it's best to bring that to the Commissioner's Court to see if anybody from the court's attending the conference, and if not, to see if we wanted to designate Randy as the proxy for McLennan County.
What is the date of the NACO event?
Let me see if I can find it.
It's in July.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if it coincides at the reason why I've never attended the national conferences. We're busy in July.
Yeah, I haven't.
But I know we've set a week off in July for this year.
We've got the.
Is that North and East in July?
What is that, North and East
Yeah.
Commissioners Conference is
So
in July.
the thought came to my head, if they coincided, I might try to.
It looks like it is at the Austin Convention Center, July 21st to the 24th.
That's right after our conference.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was gonna be here either. I've never attended. I may try, not necessarily vote, just to go and have the experience.
Okay,
Our conference is on the 20th.
So do you want to be the proxy? You going? Is that why?
I don't know. Can we hold off on this?
well, why don't we approve the proxy, if we choose to get, if the court will approve it, and then one of y'all decide you're gonna go, then we'll just hold it.
Okay.
So we don't have, it doesn't coincide with the meeting, you know. If, Dustin, you understand that? In other words, we're okay.
No, sir, say it again.
We're good with a proxy.
Okay.
Unless one of the commissioners decide to go and vote. Otherwise.
Okay.
The approval from the
Okay.
courts to go forward.
Sure.
I see what you're saying.
All right, so I'll make a motion, we do that. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
N13, authorization of on-site activity reporting system designee for the Waco McLennan County Public Health District. Zane?
Yes, sir. So David Litke with the OSSF office of the Public Health District has retired. And so his interim is Chris Reyna. And so this item is to designate Chris Reyna as the person that can sign the plats and other OSSF documents on behalf of the Public Health District.
Okay, any questions or comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
N14, authorization of property damage release for Old Railroad Bridge in Precinct 3. Commissioner Jones?
So Old Railroad Bridge sustained some damage back in December, and a truck, which was shouldn't have been on the bridge, caused let's see, $18,184 in damage, and this is a release accepting that settlement.
Okay. Any questions? If not,
So I make a motion to approve if there are any questions.
okay.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Under item O, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project, O1 is authorization of professional services invoice with CP&Y. This is for their ADA study report for the month of February. It totals $2,593.75.
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Under item P, McLennan County Venue Project, P2s regarding the Area B demolition project and our agreement with Walker Partners. This invoice totals $620 for construction administration. And just as a reminder, the total fee for this was $24,000, and this will leave a balance of $0. And it's been reviewed and recommended for approval.
Okay, any questions? If not, I'll make a motion we approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, moving to the supplemental agenda, item B1, authorization of payment relative to Limestone County Justice Court Precinct 2. Commissioner Miller?
Yes, I'm asking authorization to pay a ticket the department received due to a failed tort mechanism. It'll be paid to the Limestone County Justice Court, Precinct 2, in the amount of $243.
Okay, any questions on that? All right,
If not, I'd make a motion to approve.
thank you.
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Right, and I believe that takes care of all the action items.
Okay, thank you. All right, I would like to go under executive session in this order. 551.087 on economic development, and would like for Dustin Chapman and Chris Collins to remain in the room. And then concurrently, we will go into, stay into executive session under 551.07. Is that 071? Did I leave that?
071.
Yeah. And this is pertaining to legal settlement, and then Dustin would stay in on that. Only Dustin would be in that. Okay. There's no telling how
Recording
much
in
these grants and
progress.
Stuff are writing off on. Oh, I know it. Yep. Oh, okay. All right, let's call court back into order session. I'd like to go to item N10, Dustin.
Yes, sir. So Suzanne reached out to the chamber to let them know we were good with hosting June, and June got claimed last week. So April is the open date. We think we can make something work. So just wanted to see if the court's okay with us moving forward with April instead of June.
Okay, and that'd be the last Friday of April?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
April the
Well,
28th.
Okay, we can do it.
Judge, do you want to, I think you made the motion. Do you want to amend your motion to move it to host in April?
Yes. All right, I'd like to amend my motion on item N10 to be that we host the April meeting for the area economic, what's it called, area economic
Development Council.
Development Council, thank you.
I amend my second.
All right, and Commissioner Miller amended second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass, thank you. Anything else to come before the court? If not, we stand adjourned at 12:54.